I'm calling this meeting to order at 6:38 p.m. Date is Monday, June 2nd, 2025. Can the clerk deliver the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Haddon?
Present.
Commissioner Lacey Oha?
Present.
Commissioner Ella Kwachi?
Present.
Commissioner Kennedy?
Present.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Present.
Vice Chairperson Williams?
Present.
And Chairperson Taylor? We have a quorum with all present, Chairperson Taylor absent at roll call.
Thank you, clerk. Can we please stand for the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, go to item 3, consent calendar. Looks like we have Antioch Police Oversight Commission meeting minutes of May 5th and 19th. We have to approve these minutes. Can I get a vote, please? Did I do that right? Oh, sorry. Oh, do I have to read it out?
They're asking that we continue them as opposed to approve them.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't. Okay, so we are being asked to continue the meeting minutes of May 5th and May 19th, 2025. Commissioner Lacey Oha?
Yes, I would just like to ask a question on what is the purpose of continuing the meeting minutes of May 5th and May 19th, 2025?
I believe that there was still some business we needed to take care of that kind of didn't get finished in the last meeting. Christina, did you have something?
Yeah, there have been a number of excessive meetings going on, and our minutes clerk is trying to keep up, so that's why we had to continue them. They'll be continued to the next meeting, please.
Thank you, Christina.
All right, any more questions or comments, concerns from the commission? Okay, Christina, can we have a vote, please?
The vote passes 6-0.
Thank you. And now moving on to new business, we have the Police Chief Joseph Vigil's report. I see that he has a designee, Lieutenant Cook. All right, thank you.
Vice Chair, Commission, City staff, and community. I just want to provide a quick update on our overall staffing report. As of today, the police department is currently staffed at 90 officers sworn. We have 4 on some sort of long-term leave, 1 on administrative leave, and 1 still on military leave, putting the total number of working officers at 84. And that is from sworn staff, so that is from the chief down to officers. We currently have 16 officers in various stages in the field training program, which includes the 3 that just graduated the police academy last Friday from the Contra Costa Academy. We currently have 7 recruits, which are in 2 different academies right now, and we are still working from a solid hiring pool that we're working off of. We have currently 8 CSOs at this time, as well as 12 dispatchers with 1 in training. So with that, I'll turn it over to the commission for any questions.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Any questions, comments from the commission? Oh, wait, sorry, we have public comment first.
Okay.
Yes.
No public comments received.
Okay, thank you. Commission, any questions for Lieutenant Cook?
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't hear what you said about 7 were out of the
We
academy?
we have 7 recruits currently in the academy,
In the academy.
and they're in 2 different academies between Alameda and Contra Costa.
And how many were recently released?
We just had 3 that graduated last Friday.
Okay. What's your turnover? Like, do you keep half the class, or when you have an academy, do you have like half the class, or that actually make it the other half don't? Because usually it's a high turnover, right?
Right now, we've been pretty successful. I can't recall one that has not made it through the academy that I can recall off the top of my head.
The other question I have for you, is it okay if I continue on? Is, can you talk about, just a little bit about the makeup of the recruits? Because I heard today from Officer Bledsoe, he mentioned that you guys are getting a lot of homegrown kind of people that are from Antioch that's coming back. And I just wanted to hear a little bit more about, you know, the caliber of the recruits and who they are, and it would be good to know.
Yes, it's a wide variety. With our recruitment efforts, we've reached out far and beyond. Some come from the Central Valley, some are local, some, it all varies. Some are homegrown, you know, such as myself. You know, we've had officers that have left and came back to the agency, so it's kind of a wide variety of where they come from, if that's.
That is
Okay.
exactly. And the last question for me is, what's the average age?
Oh gosh. I'd have to look at that. Yeah, I would say on average, 25 to 30.
Okay. Oh. Thank you.
Commissioner Mitchell?
Thank you, Lieutenant. Just curious, what are the shift staffing levels, officers on the street right now?
Yeah, it's looking much better. Right now, majority of our shifts are staffed with 8 officers and 2 supervisors. Some shifts currently have 9 at the moment. So it's increased significantly, and that's with 5 shifts.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lacy-Aha?
I have a question, Lieutenant Cook. How many officers will APD be hiring within the next 6 months to a year?
It's continuous. Like I say, we're authorized to 117 currently right now. We're sitting at 90. So we're continuing to work through our hiring. We've brought on a lot in the last year, 2 years. I would say that we still have a pretty solid working pool of candidates that are in some form of phase of the hiring process, whether it be in backgrounds. Additional recruitments and hirings and interviews are still slated to continue moving forward at this point.
And if I understood correctly, everything is now online. If an individual wanted to apply, they can go to the APD website and find a link and can go in and, I guess, not fill out the application, but I was told it's being done differently now, whereas before I think everyone had to go to a different website, or I don't know, maybe I'm not explaining it correctly.
I'm not too familiar with the actual website. To my understanding, the recruitment is done through Human Resources,
Right.
and that would be done, and that application process is available on the Human Resources
Okay.
webpage.
Yes, and I believe it was differently where the application, I think it was somewhere else. I don't believe it was always through the Human Resources with APD, because I know this question was brought up before, and then I even asked about it also, not for myself, but for someone else. So thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Any more? Oh,
Just-
Commissioner Kennedy.
I know that in one of the previous presentations, we've also got quite a few openings for corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, and a new captain.
Are we actively working those promotions yet? Have those been posted, or is that something that's forthcoming?
It is forthcoming. I know our command staff and the chief have been working really hard with our human resources, and those recruitments should be coming out very shortly.
Okay. And so consequently, I think the other thing I think for us and the hiring numbers is that if those promotions are internal, they're going to free up more patrol positions to continue to hire, correct?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Haddon?
Thank you. I want to ask, who's involved in the hiring process in terms of panels, anyone outside of the PD involved in that?
So we have our recruitment team do the interviews that are orchestrated and worked in conjunction with HR for officers. And then once you get into through the interview panel and you get into the background process, those are all outsourced investigations.
Okay, so just interesting because I brought this up a while ago that other agencies actually use residents on their panels, since those will be the officers showing up to their homes when there's emergencies. Is there anything in the works with, or is that something that APD is open to?
That I'm not sure. I'd have to consult with the chief on that. But as far as any kind of promotional process, there are exactly what you are saying. There is a community panel component to those interview processes for the promotional process. But as far as the interview process for a police officer initially, at this time, they're internal.
Okay, and for the recruitment, which I know that's not your area, but is there like a feeder school that has like a law enforcement academy that you are all selecting from? I know you said you're widespread, but I know there's other agencies that will normally go to academies at colleges to select recruits.
Yes, so our recruitment team is pretty active. They try to get out into the community, different events, and try to actively recruit and do what they can. Part of the recruitment is also going to our local academies, because some folks do put themselves through the academy, so we do reach out to the academies. We go out and give presentations to various academies throughout the state.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Haddon. Great questions. I believe that residents should be a part of the rebuilding trust process. You know, residents should definitely have a position on that panel, so I thank you for raising that question again. I had a question about the 4 long-term leave officers and then 1 administrative leave officer. Is that due to like injury, or if you can disclose any of that? I'm not sure, but and is there any timeline for when they would be coming back?
The 4 that are on long-term injury leave, they're for injuries. The one that's on administrative leave, unfortunately, I'm not able to discuss due to personnel matters.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I was just thinking of timeline when we'll have that number back to 90. And then I think that was the only question I had. Sorry, was there any other comments from the commission? Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we are going to move on to item number 5, which is Brown Act meeting procedures and training. It is recommended that the Antioch Police Oversight Commission receive and file this presentation. And I want to invite our city attorney, Derek Cole, to conduct the presentation. Thank you.
All right, it's a little weird to be here, not sitting up there. All right, well, good night, or not good night. Yeah, good night. Let's go. You're done. That's the training. Yeah, and I'm an attorney, so I like to talk. You guys were like thinking we're going to be here forever listening to him. So thank you. Tonight, wanted to go over just some Brown Act training and some meeting training. I think most of you probably already know this stuff, so my hope is to try to get into some advanced subjects and also to be interactive. Fire questions away at me. That would be my preference. Just a little bit about myself, because I've only just met you at our last meeting. Kevin normally sits in with your commission, but I have been a city attorney for over 15 years. I've practiced for 25. I've been privileged to be the city attorney in the next door city, Oakley, since 2010. I am what we call pejoratively outhouse counsel as opposed to in-house counsel, meaning I come from a law firm. So, some cities are typically smaller than our city, and so they retain lawyers through a firm, and we provide services. Antioch is a very big city, so ordinarily we have an in-house city attorney. I'm happy to report the recruitment for a new full-time city attorney is underway. That is, and I'm excited to be part of the process with the city. But tonight, you get me, just my experience. So I've been a city attorney for cities large and cities small. I am very active in the League of California Cities. I'm very proud to be part of the city attorneys organization. So we have our own department, and I've been involved in many committees, and some of my committees, I spend a lot of time on the Brown Act. So this is a subject, it is very near and dear to my heart, and it's something I enjoy talking about. And so, but I don't want to just sit up here and give a presentation and bore you all to death. And again, a lot of you probably already know this. So what I'd like to do is have you just fire questions away at me. And if I don't hear some questions, I'll probably stop and ask for questions. But the goal tonight first is to talk about the Brown Act. And then after we talk about the Brown Act, just talk about some very basic meeting procedure. And again, you guys are already pros at this, so my hope is that we can get into some advanced subjects. So the Brown Act overview, we're going to cover 4 things, and you see these on the screen. We'll first talk a little bit about the history of the Brown Act, what it does, how it came to us. We speak of it now as something that is just part of our fabric, but it wasn't always so. And so we'll talk a little bit about the history. Secondly, we're going to talk about meetings. And in particular, we'll talk about what is a meeting. Obviously, we have a meeting right here, but what about the question of social media in today's day and age? If you interact with someone who posts something that might be in front of you as an item of business, are you engaged in a meeting? And we'll cover that question tonight. And then we'll talk about the basics for agendas and notice. And then finally, we'll talk about enforcement. Ordinarily, there would be a 5th subject that I would cover, and that is closed sessions. But only the city council or the legislative body of a county or a special district can do those. So we're not going to cover closed sessions, though certainly that is a very fertile area of training when we do them. So I'll jump right into the Brown Act. So what is the Brown Act? The Brown Act is basically our state law that governs public meetings. And many years ago, I believe it was in the 50s, there was, I forget whether it was the San Francisco Chronicle, I believe it was a San Francisco paper that ran this multi-part series called Your Secret Government. And it basically detailed some really abuses, behind the scenes decision-making that was going on. And that act actually led to what we now know as the Brown Act. So we've had the Brown Act, I think, for nearly, or some iteration of it for nearly 80 years. The purpose, obviously, is to promote open government, to promote transparency, but it's also to promote decision-making in real time. If you go to Sacramento, you go to our capital, or you go to Washington, D.C., the stuff that actually happens on the floor, it's pretty much a fait accompli by that point. At that point, you have the speaker or the majority leader who's kind of lined up the votes, and it's a done deal, and all this stuff happens in the cloakroom or in the speaker's conference room or wherever. I'm not really, I don't know legislative politics, but I find it the irony that the people who give us the law that we're here talking about, who make this law and who pass the changes to it, don't follow any semblance of what we have to follow in local government. But that doesn't mean that it's not a good thing. If you've taken political science classes in college, or if you've studied political science, you know that one of the things that our government functions on is the concept of legitimacy. Legitimacy is the idea that our government it works. It's not perfect. It doesn't mean it's fair. It can certainly be unfair, but we accept the decisions even if we don't like them. We don't rebel. We don't riot. We generally feel like while we don't like everything that happens, our government is basically functioning. And that's a really dumbed down version. But the Brown Act really, if you really boil it down, it promotes legitimacy in government. The idea that the public can see you make decisions and you're not making them behind closed doors. You're making them here, and they can come up just as I'm standing here and they can address you. So that's kind of the basic political science behind the act. I'm putting up some basic statutes. I'm not going to read everything, but it's, the idea of, government by the people, for the people, and of the people. I mean, it's kind of, I'm getting a little maybe philosophical here, but that's what it's about. And we quote here some of the language in our statutes, some of the declarations that are in our policy. So if you actually were to read the Brown Act, which incidentally is not the easiest thing to read. I don't know if any of you have read it, but there are parts of it that read like the Internal Revenue Code. But if you start at the very beginning, this is what you'll see. You'll see Government Code Section 54950, and it has a pretty straightforward declaration of what the state's policy is. So I certainly encourage your own reading of the Brown Act, but just understand that it's written by people who use extremely precise language, and it's not always easy to follow. There's a lot of references and cross-references and other things that people like me are trained to read and interpret. But if you start out at the very beginning, this is what you'll read, and it's very clear. So what does the Brown Act cover? The Brown Act uses a term called legislative bodies. That is a term of art in the Brown Act. You are considered a legislative body for purposes of the Brown Act, even though you don't legislate. And even though in other aspects of local government, the legislative body is limited to the city council, the board of supervisors, or the board of directors of a special district. But for purposes of the Brown, this is the thing lawyers love. We can take two definitions and they can mean two completely different meanings. And that's just how things are. But in the Brown Act, when you are a legislative body, you are subject to all of its provisions. And this commission is a legislative body. Our planning commission is a legislative body. Their cities have parks and recreation commissions. Those are legislative bodies. And there's a lot of individual bodies that maybe a city council will appoint that are also what we call Brown Acted bodies. So you're here because you are on a legislative body, and the moment you are appointed, you are subject to the Brown Act. So even if you haven't had all of you are here at a meeting, but if you haven't had your first meeting yet, the moment you are appointed, you are part of the Brown Act. The obligations kick in the moment you take office, or the moment you're supposed to take office. If you're elected, so if you run for city council, the day you find out you win, if it's the whatever Tuesday in November, you will be subject to the Brown Act at that time, even though you would not take your office until December. And the idea is that people are going to start coming to you, and you're going to start knowing what the business items are that are going to be on the agenda at your very first meeting. So that's the basics. So what is a legislative body? You are a legislative body. Now let's get into meetings and conduct. What does the Brown Act actually deal with? So the Brown Act says every quote unquote meeting. So this is the other term of art. Legislative body, that's one very key term. The other key term is meeting. And again, you have words that have apparent meanings, but then they also have meanings that may not be apparent. Because the meeting clearly is what we're doing tonight. We're all here. You're assembled on a dais. I'm here addressing you from a podium. This is the quintessential meeting. But there are other ways that you can engage in a quote-unquote meeting. And a lot of that in today's day and age has to do with technology. So we'll talk about that. But a couple of things before we get into emails and social media and other things, there are some exceptions. And all of you are very active in the community. You're activists, you're community members, you're community leaders, even before you were part of this commission. And so you go to a lot of public things, if you want to call it that. Maybe a social occasion, maybe you're part of a nonprofit, you're part of an organization, or you go to a board of supervisors meeting, or any number of things. And so the idea is that there are times when some of you will be, let's say you're going to a dinner, and the question is, are you engaged in a meeting? This slide is a pretty overly simplified version of saying, if you just go to a conference, if you go to a workshop, if you go to a social event, there's literally been questions about if 3 or more members go to a funeral of a prominent citizen, is that a Brown Act meeting? So you can get into that level of sophistication in terms of the issue. The Brown Act carves out common sense exceptions. So if all of you are at a fundraiser, if you go to the Board of Supervisors meeting because they're considering something that is very important to the city and to the work you're doing here, generally it is not a meeting and you're fine. But you cannot, and this is not on the slide, but this is the important qualification, you can't discuss business. So if you start discussing business of this commission, then you are engaged in a meeting. Now, hopefully you're not doing that at a funeral, but if you were, in theory, to do that, then that would put us over the limit. So when you read the Brown Act, again, if you read these definitions, you'll have lengthy text, and it'll say if you go to a social event, it's not a meeting. But if you start talking about the business of whatever legislative body you're on, it can become a meeting.
So Derek, here's
Yes,
your first question.
Please.
So just to be perfectly clear, we can hold a training with this entire body. We can all go to a conference, and that is not a violation of the Brown Act.
If it is a training of this, like this training here has to be on an agenda because it is officially part of your meeting. But if you were to go to, let's say you were to go to the League of California Cities and you were to attend a training and all of you went there, that would not be a Brown Act meeting unless you took 3 or more of you took it upon yourself to talk about business.
So earlier there was some discussion about trainings for us and the police department wants to take us through some different trainings. And it was stated that we needed to do it in groups of 3 or less, so it wasn't a Brown Act violation. Can you please clarify that?
Sure. If it's something that we're doing as a city and it's being done specifically if it's open to just this commission, then it would be, then we would need to do that because it's a city function and we're giving it just to the members of the commission. So the only way we could actually take you to PD and show you around is if we actually agendize that. And so to give you an example, in one of the cities that I work for, we did a tour of a library and we wanted the entire council to be there. So we actually set up a time and we actually had the entire council go. And so we had to actually open a meeting and then have them do the training. But if we had done it where we just had 2 at a time, we could have avoided that, but that didn't work out. So it gets a little nuanced. But if it's another organization outside of the city and you're going and it's not limited to just you as a commission, then it wouldn't be an issue. It gets a little nuanced. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question very well.
I understand. I'm just trying, because it's my understanding that there are some of these trainings that are potentially 6 hours.
Yes.
So to do those in this environment is going to be,
right.
We're sort of, with all due respect, we're wasting time that we could be doing other things if we do 3 or 4 meetings of 3 hours of training at each one. I'm just trying to also get a better sense when we're training on some of the issues that we're training, that pertain to oversight and how the police department does things, the disadvantage, I guess, of having 3 people go through one version and then ask questions and get answers.
Mhm.
But those questions and answers, the other 3 or 4 people aren't privileged to.
Right.
And the fact that that can become, I think, sort of cumbersome and counterproductive. So that's
Yes.
the reason for the,
Yeah, there are ways to set it up. So when we've done tours, for instance, if you're going to a building and it's a limited space and you can't really have a meeting like this, and you're right, you can't sit down at a dais or at a conference table and sit down and receive information. You have to take a tour. That's usually what we do because of that reason. So, but I have also, like I said, we had one example where we invited everyone to come out and we actually did a meeting at a library. So that's where typically I get involved. I mean, I can't give you a single example. Usually it's just we have to be pragmatic.
okay, thanks very much. I appreciate the clarification, thanks.
One more on that
Please.
subject. When it's met the definition of a meeting, the public's allowed to attend that, aren't they?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I just wanna
that's
make
why.
sure on that,
Yes.
because it has to be transparent.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay.
if you're going to have something that is a meeting, we want to make sure the public can see it.
So for instance, when you did your library tour, public was
Yes, they were invited.
available to come?
They
Okay,
were invited. Yeah.
thank you.
Any
I
other? Please, Commissioner.
I just
Luciola.
wanted to add that there was some misinformation given to us. And I'm going back to, maybe it was February or March. I may, have my time frames mixed up, but Bob Hall and Associates, when they were involved with the police chief recruitment, there was a forum at the Antioch Community Center. And I remember being told that no more than 3 of us commissioners could be in attendance. So I had already said I was going to go because I was very interested in being there. And there were several of us there. So I was told that not more than 3 should have been there. So now I'm hearing today that it's really okay, as long as it's a public forum. Did I hear that correct?
That I don't remember that event. I think, is it a conference? Is it a workshop?
It was a community forum.
It was a community forum.
Mhm.
So as I sit here today, I would say if a community forum where everyone in the community is invited and it's not limited to your commission, a truly belt and suspenders interpretation might be that you shouldn't have more than 3 of you there. So it could just be people were trying to err extremely on the side of caution. I think you can make the argument that as long as the commissioners do not discuss the matter and it is truly open to the community, then all of you can attend. But this is a very good segue because there's perception, and sometimes perception is reality. So let me give you an example. This is a closed session example, and I told you we're not going to talk about closed sessions. We don't have to, but there was a board of supervisors in a county, I think in the Central Valley, that had the practice. They had morning session and then they had an afternoon session, and they would have lunch together. And that was their practice, was as a board in between sessions to have lunch together. And the idea was, let's, promote camaraderie as fellow elected officials. We're duking it out on the dais, but let's try to have a moment where we just have lunch and we, just try to be human while we're having lunch and take a break. They were actually sued. I'm not sure if it was the ACLU or another organization, because the concern was that, well, how do we know that they're not talking about business? Because they just left a session and probably you can envision people saying, oh, did you see so-and-so? Well, what about that? Or they're going to have another session and it's too easy for them and no one else is back there but the 5 of them. And so the idea was that was a meeting. And if I remember correctly, this did not result in an appellate decision, so there was no published court decision, but I believe the court said in that case there was not specific evidence that they had done anything wrong. But I think the plaintiffs in that case were thinking, well, we'll never know, because the 5 people who are the only witnesses are on the other side. They're the defendants. And so that was a perception question. And so was what they were doing technically legal? Yes. Is there any evidence that they were actually talking business? No. But there was a perception among the public and among the press that what else are you doing in there? And as you all know, in government, the people who sit behind us, understandably, are somewhat cynical sometimes. They don't always think that, I mean, and sometimes they're conspiratorial. Sometimes they don't think that, you know, whether it's your commission or the planning commission or the city council or the city attorney, those of us who sit up there, you know, you've all heard it. You've taken criticisms yourselves. You've seen our council get criticized. Yeah. And so there is a skeptical public. And so sometimes perception is reality. And so in that situation, in the situation you mentioned, I think and again, I can't speak for our recruiter, but maybe they're thinking, well, look, if we let all of you come and we tell you it's okay, and a member of the public comes and sees all 7 of you there, they're going to think, well, the police commission, they're probably having a meeting, even if you're not talking about the items.
Right, and then now, I'm sorry. And now that I think about it, we were also told that we could not make any comments. We couldn't even ask questions.
Correct.
So that, I believe it was probably more than it was being there in attendance. And I know some of us, we were sitting all over the room. We were not sitting at the same table.
And that's the hard part. Let me, and Commissioner Kennedy, I'll let you, I know you want to speak. That's the hard part for all of you, because I'd assume that what was going on in that meeting, which is about the police chief, was very germane to what you're doing here. And so this is the hard part, and I'll just put this out there, especially you're dealing with the policing of the city, and that's obviously in this city maybe the most important issue that we face. And so pretty much anything that involves policing could come before this commission, or could be something you might talk about, and yet it is integral to what goes on in the city. And many of you are active in the community, you're activists, and so that's going to be a difficult place for you, because you might want to go to a community event where you're talking about something that might come before you. And so I can't give you today, as I stand here, you know, the hard and fast rule, you must do this, you must do that. But if you start talking about issues yourselves publicly and all of you are present, that's the problem. I think this is maybe even more so than like the city council, because, you know, they do so many things. If you're talking about anything that involves policing and all of you are there and you're speaking up, which clearly I'm sure all of you want to, because these issues are important to you, that's going to be a dilemma for you. And that's hard. I don't really have an easy answer for you on that. So, you know, but just recognize that because you're on this commission, and it's not just the stuff that might come before you. Each of you during the agenda, I believe it's at the end of our agenda, you can request items to come before you. And so you have that power. If you hear something at a meeting in the community, just say, you know what, we need to take that up. And so then you have the power to request that at your next meeting. So even though maybe at the time something comes up at a community event, it's not coming before your commission, but then you hear about it, and then you think, yeah, we should talk about that too. So all of which is to say, just be careful, and just understand that now that you are members of the government, you're part of the city, you're a commission, you are going to be, you know, people are going to be skeptical of you. Not necessarily always deservedly so, but as you know, people, you know, criticizing government is our right, and in many cases it's a good thing. And so just be cognizant. It's a tough place. You guys are in a tough place. You know, it's easy for me to sit there as a city attorney and tell you these things, but you live in this community and these issues are important to you.
So just that particular forum, I think that because I was in attendance and I was not on the commission at the time, I think where the issue arose was that the recruiter specifically announced that there was 3 members of the city council there, and that people should, you know, that they weren't going to speak, and that people should just realized that they couldn't speak because they were going to be, you know, they were there as 3 people out of a 5-member body. I think what was missing was that there was no acknowledgement of the fact that there were members of the Oversight Commission in attendance and that the same rules applied to them. I think that was one of
Okay.
the issues that I noticed, even just as a member of the public that day. And, you know, those are the kinds of things that sometimes I think happen is everybody's not necessarily in the program or, you know, on the
Yeah.
org chart. So I think that
Sure.
was really one of the things that had happened that time. And there was the specific addressing of the fact that council members were there,
Okay.
but they wouldn't be
Yeah.
speaking.
You just have to be careful and just, again, recognize perception is reality. And when you judge perception, it's not your perception, but the perception of the people that sit behind us. And they're going to have a very different view than you do. So just be mindful of that.
I do have a question for you.
Please.
The example that you gave of was it
You speak into the
city
mic.
council? Sorry, the city council down in Central Valley. Would it have been a smart move for them to say, we're going to convene for lunch? We know we have a meeting later on in the evening. We are inviting everyone to come with us. We're going to continue this meeting over lunch. We'd like to continue to have everyone come with us if you want. And in that way, they're not violating anything? that have been
Could
sufficient?
have. I mean, they could have. I mean, that'd be. I don't know the logistics. I mean, if there's a way to do that, sure. You know.
Okay.
But I think the idea was, let's, this happens a lot in our world, in the city council world, the board of supervisors world. There are team builders. So there are people who do with planning commissions and maybe commissions like yours, where they come and, you have people that try to foster good, not necessarily team, and they try to do some team building, and they don't. Their view isn't we always have to agree, but it's how can we run meetings effectively, and how can we as a body work together well. And you can imagine with the elected officials, they have egos, they're elected, so sometimes there is a push to have them get together and do team building and camaraderie building, and so I can imagine, and again, I wasn't there, this was probably 10 or 15 years ago if I remember. They thought, hey, if we just get together, take a break, get away from everybody, have a lunch, just yuck up about our families and our friends, and just kind of laugh a little bit and, decompress. I think that was probably what they, at least in theory, they were trying to do. And so could they have done what you're doing? Yes. I doubt they would have, because, I don't know if you really, I don't want people to watch me eat, board, I will say that in county government, I'm jealous because they start at 9 a.m, but their meetings will often go all day long. Literally, they'll do 7 or 8 hour meetings. So they probably felt like, hey, I need a break. Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
All right. So what is a prohibited meeting? You cannot meet outside of this setting, right? So when are you meeting outside of this setting? And that is the quintessential serial meeting. You all have heard about this. They're actually, speaking in county government, there was a board of supervisors who thought they were being funny, and they all got in front of a box of Wheaties, and that was their serial meeting. They thought they were being humorous. I think I had that photo at one point. Serial, S-E-R-I-A-L. I think there was a famous, or maybe still is, a podcast of that name. But the idea is that the old telephone game, if at least we all played as kids, and one person started, and then by the time you got to the end, it was a completely different story. That's kind of the quintessential serial meeting, and I'll actually show you what you can have. So the chain meeting, that's the easiest one, where member 1 talks to member 2, who talks to member 3, who talks to member 4, who talks to member 5. And what makes it a serial meeting is that you're sharing your thoughts, you're sharing, your iteration. It's not necessarily, I'm going to vote this way. It's, hey, we got that issue coming up. What are you thinking? Now you're starting to deliberate. You're not just raising the issue, you're starting to think about it. and you're starting to think about it in a conversation with another person. And so you're starting to formulate the ideas that might eventually lead to how you vote. And if you start doing that with more than, if you do that with more than a quorum, you're essentially deliberating outside of the meeting, which is exactly what happens in the Capitol, but is exactly what you cannot do here. And so the chain meeting is the easiest way. But there's another way, and that is what we call the hub and spoke. So, think of a bicycle wheel and you have an intermediary. So you have a friend, and that friend, you tell that friend, well, we're going to talk about this issue. Here's how I'm thinking. And then that friend goes to the next commissioner and says, hey, so-and-so is kind of thinking this way. What are you thinking? Oh, that's interesting. And then the intermediary goes to the chair and says, here's what these others. Now, again, it's not happening directly. It's not through a telephone or an email. We'll talk about emails in a moment. But there's an intermediary. And the intermediary can be anybody. It can be an outsider. It can be like planning commissions, it could be a developer. But it can be a public employee. City managers, for instance, can be intermediaries if they're sharing with their council members and they're lining up votes in the prohibited sense. That's so it can be a government employee. It can be anybody.
So,
go ahead.
quick question. So when it comes to emails, for example,
Yes.
let's use training as the example again. So as we begin to start to work on trying to set up training for the different commissioners, is it acceptable for us to be all on the same email chain and say, okay, hi, these are the different training topics. The police department can do these trainings on this date, and this date. Who's available? Are those kinds of communications acceptable? As long as we are not talking about a specific item that's up for a decision by the body, but that we're simply trying to take care of what I would call housekeeping and scheduling in a fairly efficient manner.
Scheduling is okay. A group email simply for the purpose of assessing availability and scheduling a meeting is technically not discussing business. But it can get a little dicier as you go along, because you used an example. I don't know if that was intentional. You said, I forget your exact line, but it was, and here's what I want them to talk about, or here's what they're going to talk about. So if you schedule a meeting with the police department and it's the police department is available to meet on these days, that's one thing. But if someone says, well, I want to make sure they talk about this issue, or I want to make sure they talk about that issue, now you're starting to identify to all of your commissioners your thinking, because you're revealing the issues that may be of importance to you, and that is starting to cross the line into formulating a discussion on policy. So you're think about, if I've got to run a race, sorry, I'm not talking in the microphone, I've got to take the first step, whether it's a marathon or whether it's a 100-meter dash. And the moment you take the first step, that's where you're going over the line, so to speak. So we have to be careful in that if it's just, are you available on this or that date? Please tell me yes. That's fine. What we typically do, and everyone does it a little differently, we try not to do reply all communications. So, if I'm a clerk and I'm polling my board or my council or my commission, and if I send an email, what I would typically do is I would send to the recipients via BCC, and then I would put my name in the to line, and I would say, please reply separately. And that way you don't get into any of that. And that way no one can group, reply all. Think of it this way, the worst thing you can do is reply all. Like if you leave here with no other memory of anything I said, reply all is bad. When you're on a board or a commission, do not reply all. And in fact, on the few times when I send out, emails, I will put in boldface, underlined, all caps, do not reply all. So again, everything is a matter of reasonableness. If it's just, can we meet, where can we meet, when can we meet, that's fine. But when you start to go beyond that, that's when you start to put yourself into problematic territory. There is a limit. So there is something that government staff can do, like managers or city attorneys, or general counsels, county counsels, and that is the one-on-ones. So the Brown Act actually does allow someone like me or a manager to have a one-on-one with, say, each of our council members or each of our commissioners. But it's very clear we cannot share any of what we hear from any of you. And the Brown Act says the only thing we can do is answer questions. So, you could have a meeting. In other words, you could call me and say, Derek, this item is coming up. I have a question about this agenda item. I can answer your question. What I can't do is say, well, Commissioner Williams, here's what he told me, and here's what he's thinking. That's when I go astray. I can't do that. But if you have a question and you say, well, I'm going to call the city attorney or the city manager because I want to, what happens a lot, especially with my councils, is they want to make sure that there's an efficient and an effective presentation of an item at a council meeting. And so they'll tell the city manager, listen, here's some concerns I have, or here's some things. I read the staff report, and I have these questions. And that can be helpful if you stay within the boundaries and you say, here are the questions that I have, then those can be presented and you can have a better meeting. But if we start to then communicate, well, here's what the other commissioner says, here's what she thinks, here's what he thinks, now we're going astray. So that's something we're very careful about in my world. And again, if you contact a colleague, if you hear about an item and you contact someone and say, hey, listen, you're a nonprofit, there's this item that we're having, and maybe someone is very knowledgeable about a particular subject relevant to policing, and you're coming into this meeting and you call someone who's very knowledgeable, and you talk to that person for the purposes of educating yourself, and then you're going to come and share that with everybody. That's not a Brown Act violation. Again, unless three of you start to call the same person, and then so just that's it becomes a little bit of a permutation in that you can come up with all kinds of hypotheticals, and as a lawyer, I love hypotheticals, but always be reasonable and always remember, judge yourself not from your perspective sitting up there, but from the perspective of those who sit behind this podium. What would they think? What would their perception be? And if you err on that side, if you err on that caution, I think you'll always make the right decision. All right, so just generally a few things about meetings. Meetings are always accessible to the public. They have to be ADA compliant. Usually you have to meet within the boundaries of the agency. There are some limited exceptions. One thing that does come up, you cannot require people to sign their name, and you also cannot require them to give their name at the podium. So you'll see a lot of agencies do it differently. They'll ask you to give their name and where they live. I've literally seen people come up and they say exactly where they live, and agencies have asked them that. It's probably more than I would want to share, but that's not, you can ask, but you cannot demand. If someone says, I refuse to give my name, you have to let them. They can be there anonymously. So that is something. And there was actually, this was maybe about 10 years ago, when there was kind of a wave of people who would go to meetings and they would test that, and then they would file lawsuits. And so the legislature, it's kind of like the ADA lawsuits, when you can't find access, there was kind of a wave. So there was a wave of lawsuits where people would come and they would just say something, and they would be forced to say their names. And so there was some language actually added to the Brown Act to deal with that issue. But it's just an interesting aside. As far as comments from the podium, we can limit those. So we have, I'm looking here at the clock in front of me. I'm glad you guys are not running it on me because, you know, I would have like barely gotten out of my 3 minutes. But you can set reasonable time limits. You can reduce those if there is an item that will take a long time. You can ask people not to repeat things that are said by others. So there are some limits, but generally 3 minutes is usually what I've seen. I've seen where I live in Sacramento, I think Sacramento tried to limit to 2 minutes, and I think somebody, maybe the ACLU or somebody threatened and said that's not enough, and I think they relented. So I think the magic number in our world is 3 minutes. That seems to be the minimum. But again, if it's a single item and there's a massive amount of people, then in that situation you can reduce the number of minutes. But you have to be careful doing that. Rod, I think at the last council, I think though it was for kids who were coming up and speaking, there was someone up there who was filming. And so you can film separate and apart from the official film. So right now we're being recorded. This is this city has very good audio visual equipment. The only limitation is that if you set up your own film, whether it's with an iPhone or a more sophisticated camera, you cannot interfere with the official audio visual recording of the city. But if you see people coming in and they want to film you, they have every right to do that. So as far as the types of meetings, we have 2 types of meetings. We have a regular meeting and we have a special meeting. So a regular meeting occurs, we have a policy somewhere that's in writing. In our case, we have an ordinance. Your ordinance says your meetings are on the 1st and 3rd Mondays. And so that's your regular meeting. We have to give 72 hours notice in advance of a regular meeting, which means we have to post by Friday. A special meeting can be called within 24 hours. A special meeting, a lot of people say, well, you can only have a special meeting in emergency circumstances. That's actually not correct. You can have a meeting on an emergency basis in less than 24 hours. I don't think that'll be anything you guys will ever deal with, but if there's a natural disaster, you could convene a city council meeting within an hour of that because you have to do an immediate response. But a special meeting does not, I know a lot of people say, well, we can't have a special meeting because we don't have an emergency. We can. It's just we have to limit the topics that we talk to specifically what is in that meeting. And usually we call a special meeting because there is a good reason to do so. So there are special meetings, but there's not, I'm getting a little wonky here. There are a few limitations for like city councils and board of supervisors when they call special meetings. One of which is they cannot consider salaries or benefits in a special meeting. The idea being that if you're going to discuss what you're paying people, you should only do that when you have a regular meeting that the public is presumed to know in advance and not be able to call a special meeting. I don't know how many of you remember the City of Bell scandal. It's interesting because I've been in local government now. When I was first starting out as a city attorney, that was right around the time the Bell scandal happened. And so when you said City of Bell, everyone knew about it. And so when I've been given my presentations, I've noticed I'll say City of Bell and not everyone knows. But if you want to Google the City of Bell, you can see we had a lot of changes to the Brown Act because of that. And I don't want to spend my time going over it. But one of them is that you cannot, it doesn't really pertain to you, but there are some subtle differences about what you can and can't do if you have a special meeting. But it doesn't really apply to an advisory body. But if you wanted to nerd out, wonk out, I just thought I'd share that little tidbit with you guys.
That's the Southern Cal, right?
That is insane. So you basically had a city manager who ultimately ended up making $800,000 in a city that had some real economic challenges. And what they would do is they would hold a series of special meetings and they would call them one right after the other. And of course, not, internet. I mean, we had the internet then, that was like 2008, but there wasn't really social media. and the internet, you really didn't have to have a website, and you didn't have to have everything, like all your meetings on your websites the way we do now. And so no one was coming to these meetings, and you had a city manager making $850,000 right at the start of the Great Recession. And in today's money, that's probably, you know, $1.2 million. So yeah, so it was, and you know, a lot of people went to prison, including the city attorney. So I don't want to wonk out too bad, but you can also have something called an adjourned meeting. So let's say you have a really barn burner of an issue, and you're going all night, and you decide we just can't decide this. One thing you can do is you can continue it to your next meeting or to a future meeting. But another thing you can do is you can adjourn the meeting. You can stop the meeting and say, we're going to technically continue this meeting to, you know, a week from today. That's considered an adjourned meeting. So it's, you know, in many ways, it's just like continuing to a future meeting, except the technical distinction is that you're continuing the same meeting. You're not stopping, you're not ending the current meeting, you're just pausing it for a week. Again, very wonky. We will help you in that situation. You know, if you ever get to a place, and I'm sure you will, where you have items that are just, and you have a long night, you know, in the city council, we've been going to midnight close, or, you know, between 11 and 12. If you get to that place, one of the things I always think of is, you know, sometimes decision-making shouldn't be rushed, and sometimes decision-making shouldn't be influenced by the fact that we all want to go home and go to bed. And so there are ways to move things forward, and one of the tools in the toolbox is an adjourned meeting. So just put a pin in that, and I think whether it's Mr. Kundinger or me or whoever sits in that chair, we will work through that with you. So that's our job, and if you ever get to that situation, we will help you out with that. All right, social media. So this we actually have a Brown Act provision that deals specifically with social media. That came in 2022, but there was a lot of gray area before that. So think about it. Remove the legislation I'm going to talk about and go back to that serial meeting hypothetical that we've talked about. So you read somebody's social media, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever, and one of you is a commissioner, and you post something, and you post about an item that's on your next agenda, and then all 6 of you read it. Have you just violated the Brown Act? Because you just learned, 7 of you learned, I'm going to pick on Commissioner Kennedy just as an example. So Commissioner Kennedy posts something, and the 6 of you read it. So now the 7 of you know Commissioner Kennedy's view on that subject. And so did you commit a serial meeting? And I think it really was a gray area, because you all kind of knew what she was thinking, and you read what she said. So you've achieved the idea of deliberating outside of a public meeting, but you didn't necessarily I guess you could say you willfully, you read her social media, but you didn't comment on it yourself. You didn't, you guys, maybe you follow each other on social media, you're active in the community, so you came across it. You didn't do the kind of things that are more deliberate. In other words, if you talk about it and you have that communication game, the telephone game or the email game, you're overtly doing something. And that's not the case in social media. So thankfully, the legislature about 3 years ago clarified that. And so if you just post something and you read it, you're fine. Even if all of you read it, all 7 of you have read, the 6 of you have read Commissioner Kennedy's post. That is not a violation. Where it becomes a problem is if a quorum does any sort of interaction with that social media. And as we all know, you can do a number of things with a post. You can comment on it, you can forward it, you can put an emoji on it, you can, I don't know what they do, retweet, re-X, or whether, what is it, I'm not sure, what is Blue Sky, whatever you do on Blue Sky, or, okay, well, yeah, Threads, Screenshot, yeah, you could screenshot it. I mean, you can do any number of things, so the issue is when you interact in any way with someone else's social media. So that's the no. So that would be my advice to you, because we are in an online world. I'm going to assume all of you are active on social media, maybe some more than others. And I think it's a little bit more difficult for you than any of our other bodies, with the only exception of the council. The planning commission is all development, right? So, maybe people are posting about development, but I think because of the nature of the issues that you deal with policing in this city, you're much likelier to see things that could come within your jurisdiction. And I'm sure some of you might want to post, you want to share your thoughts with the community. So this is going to be a little bit of a more difficult issue for you, because as I said earlier, anything that involves policing can come before you. And of course, I'm sure you all want to share your thoughts with your friends, the people that follow you. And that's going to be a hard line for you, because you could be discussing some of these items that may be of interest to you. And so the question really is, it's certainly fine to post. You can do that. But when you start to post, I'm sure some of you are connected with each other and some of you see each other's social media. That's where it's going to be hard for you, because maybe you do see something that one of your fellow commissioners has commented on, and you're going to want to interact in some way with that. But that item could be coming before you. And even if it's not scheduled to come before you, as I said earlier, if it involves policing, one of you could say, you know what, I want to discuss that. And I want to raise that as a future agenda item at the next meeting. So that's where I think it gets to the perception issue. Like what would people behind me, what would people who, don't sit at the dais but sit in these chairs, what would they think? And so that's my only advice to you, is that in this online world we're in, it's going to be you have some limitations on what you can do. And just be careful if you're interacting with each other. I mean, I don't want to tell you not to interact at all with each other. You might be friends outside of the commission. You might have professional relationships. So I don't know any of that. But when you interact with each other and the subject involves anything that could come within your jurisdiction here, and your jurisdiction involves policing in this community, which is a very broad and very subject of very great concern, just be careful. That's all I can say. And so, of all the things tonight, when I was sitting down thinking, what is probably one of the biggest things we're going to talk about, is this. Because I'd imagine all of you, and again, you probably see things on social media. In many ways, we learn about things on social media because someone says, did you see that? So-and-so just posted this. And so it may not be something that one of you posted. It may be something a community member posted, and some of you might want to go on and comment on that. This may be a person you know. And so you have to be careful, because if you're responding to it, this person may have a lot of comments. So you ever notice so-and-so posted about this, maybe they linked an article or something, and then it says, see 35 comments. Well, two of the comments not all of the comments render, because there's so many. And so usually the algorithm pops up the ones that say, Facebook says, ones that are most interesting or something like that. Whatever the algorithm spits out, these are the two comments you see. Well, what you might not see is that some of the other commissioners have already responded to that post. And so now, and then what'll happen is maybe 3 or 4 of you wind up on that post unwittingly. Yeah. That's an issue that I've seen come up, and that's an issue that I don't know that there's a clear answer for yet. So the good news is the legislature has given us something to work with, but as a lawyer, as someone who's trained to think of all the hypotheticals that you can think of, these are the thoughts that I have. And when we sit down at our conferences and we debate these parade of horribles, and we think, what about this, what about that? These are some of the hypotheticals we come up with. So just be careful. Is there any questions on that?
Well, yes.
Oh, please, go. No, Commissioner Lacey.
So when it happens, and Commissioner, because I've experienced this before. And so when that happens, the first thing we should do, of course, we should not respond back, but should we report it if it happens?
I mean, I think it would be helpful to just raise the issue. I mean, you
Okay.
could raise it with us.
Okay.
I think, look, there's and we'll talk about enforcement in a moment. There's a rule of reason. I mean, you know, true Brown Act violations don't often happen unwittingly. And by that, I mean, you could technically violate the Brown Act, but the bad stuff happens when people really are trying to do the wrong thing. And that's why I said the area that is your expertise for this commission happens to be, I would assume, a very fertile ground for social media in the city. And all of you are probably, you know, tuned in to a lot of that discussion. And so, you know, I don't want to tell you that when something technical happens that we need to, you know, worry, because there's an element of intent that I think goes into it. But be careful. And if you do see something, let us know.
Okay.
You know, I do think, you know, Mr. Kooning or the city manager, I mean, let us know. But that's why, you know, when you read something, if you really want to comment, and I encourage you to comment. I don't want to tell you don't comment on other people's social media. Just before you comment, a good idea would be to read all the other comments that come before it. And just to make sure that not another commissioner is, if you're reading an external, and I say a member, like it's someone who posts who's not on the commission, but it's about a subject that involves policing, read all the comments. Just make sure that none of you have already responded. And then if one of you has responded, you know, the best thing to do would be not to comment, because now you are a member of a commission, and now this item could, you know, be a topic of future discussion. That would be my advice to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just, you know, scroll through all the comments.
So you're basically saying stay off next door.
Yeah, Nextdoor is really in local government. I mean, Facebook, there's some Facebook pages, but yeah, Nextdoor is, yes. Nextdoor seems to be the fertile ground for social media violations.
So you said it's okay to like a post, right? Or put an emoji, or shouldn't do that either?
Not if it's a fellow commissioner.
Oh, not a commission. I mean, like, so say, you know, APD they document a lot of their work on Facebook. They have a page for
Sure.
it. So, you know, I see they solved a case, or the criminal was arrested, or you can like the post.
I think that's okay.
Okay.
You know, if you're just, something nice happened and it's,
Okay.
I mean, I guess in theory, I don't want to say everything that involves the police department you can't like. So if it's something like that, but if you read it and there's a reasonable possibility, you know, if you read an arrest log or something, you're not going to talk about that, because you don't talk about that. You talk about systemic issues. So but that's a good question.
Thank you.
The point I want to leave you all with is it's a very nuanced question, and it's kind of developing at this point. We have a general statute that was written 3 years ago, but you know, social media is evolving as well. And so, you know, there's not an answer to everything. And so, again, always judge yourself not by, you know, where, you know, your fellow peers, how you guys think, but how the people in the public think, and just err on the side of caution.
Thank you. Any more questions for? Okay, Commissioner Mitchell.
Reposting things.
That's the same thing. You're interacting with it.
But what I'm saying is, along Commissioner Williams' thing, say a positive thing the police did,
That's fine.
and you repost something like that.
Sure, that's if it's just a positive thing. Again, I don't know that you're going to discuss that as a policy item. That's the question you have to decide. And so if you just see something that looks positive and you want to you're reposting it because you want people to know, hey, this positive thing happened, that's not probably going to come before you. But if it's going to come before you, that's where it gets gray. And I wish I could stand, I could stand here all night and we can postulate all kinds of hypotheticals. But so just, be careful. Unfortunately, what I will tell you is and I have to do this as well. I mean, I don't really follow local government. I mean, the crazy thing is I don't know anything about where local government where I live because I'm so busy in my other jurisdictions. So I don't really follow. But I mean, if I did, I'd have to be very careful because, I mean, I don't really follow your local, social media because I don't live here, but I'd have to be very careful if I did because of my position. I mean, that is the unfortunate thing is, you do have some limitations that the general public doesn't have because of your position.
I was gonna just ask one last thing.
Sure.
So it may not be a topic that we would cover at one of our meetings, but the tone of the messages, for instance, on Facebook, sometimes there's little kind of tongue-in-cheek, funny little quips about who was captured or about the suspects. And if we repost something like that and people take offense to the tone of the Facebook post, and that comes up at a meeting, could that be problematic?
Yeah, it could. It could. So, I mean, that's a great example. That's a great example of something that might look innocuous, but when you start interacting with it as members of this commission, someone says, hey, they're making, I mean, that's, this person was arrested, they're making fun of that person, I don't like that. And now all of a sudden you're talking about it, that could be a problem. So again, be cautious. But that's a really good example, of something that you wouldn't ordinarily think of. But then when you actually think about it, you're like, yeah, that could be a problem. So. All right, quickly, I'll try to move through this. Agendas. So agendas, again, the agendas frame the issues that come before us. And the idea behind an agenda is, the hypothetical member of the public who thinks, do I want to go to this meeting or not? That person is going to look at an agenda and say, well, here are the issues they're discussing. I don't see any of the issues that are important to me, so I'll stay home. But if we were to describe the issue that is important to them, maybe they would come. So think of it that way. Like a lot of times, why is it you can't talk about items not on the agenda? Because maybe if the item was on the agenda, you'd have more people in the audience. And so the idea is that we want to frame the issues we discuss based on what's on the agenda with some few exceptions. Regular meetings are posted 72 hours. I'll kind of skip through this stuff. 24 hours for an adjourned meeting or a special meeting. 24 hours. And again, I talked a little bit about emergency meetings. I don't see that really happening here. When can you talk about an item that's not on the agenda? And there are two situations. One is when there's truly an emergency. I don't think you guys will ever deal with an emergency because that does involve like natural disasters, acts of God. The other is when there is an item that comes to the attention of the agency and it happened after the posting of the agenda. Here's the key distinction that people sometimes forget when they try to call what we call an off-agenda item, put it on the agenda. It's the attention of the agency, meaning it's not just the attention of the commissioners, it's did anyone within the organization know? So if the city manager or the county executive or whoever is in the department heads, if they had knowledge of the issue, that is charged to the agency. So that's a little distinction that sometimes people miss out on. But basically, if there was no knowledge of the agency and the item came up after the agenda and there's no way you can feasibly wait, then you can take the item, but it requires a 2/3 vote. So that's something that we will, if you feel that is needed, we will definitely be involved in that. I think for what you're doing, that's not something that usually happens with advisory bodies. That's something that would happen more with the city council. But it has come up from time to time, and you have to be careful.
But I would like to add, we had to bring an emergency, well, it wasn't an emergency, but there was a situation that was, that the agency was aware of, and we took a vote and we discussed it. And because it was something that was, that involved not only the agency, but the whole entire community here in Antioch. So that was just one example. yes, that we had to take action.
And there might be, I mean, there might be, something happens where you really do need to do that. So I don't want to tell you it won't happen. So yes, there are times, and of course that is our job. We will work through that with you. As far as items on an agenda, we can briefly respond. In general public comment, we can briefly respond, but that's it. So a lot of times, as you know, people come up in public comment and they want to have a dialogue. They want to ask questions about any number of things. We generally cannot respond to them. We can give them basic information, but that's about it. On an item that's agendized, you can have a more robust discussion, but you typically wait until all public comments are in. Basic agenda requirements. The one I'll leave you with is that we have to be broad enough in our agenda description. If we just, if we, I'm trying to think of it, I can't really think of an example on the fly, but we try to give some text, some meaning when we put items on the agenda. We work with city clerk's office, city attorney. I sometimes review agenda descriptions just to make sure that, again, that member of the public, that hypothetical member of the public who wants to know what's actually going to be discussed and might actually come to the meeting if it's clear that a certain issue that's of importance to them is going to be discussed. If you have, adopt ordinance about land use, right? Adopt zoning ordinance. Well, what are you zoning? Because you can zone. I mean, you can do any number of things with a zoning ordinance. So, rezone this property from, high density residential to commercial. That's something that would tell the public, hey, this is going to be a pretty big deal because they're changing the very use of this property if they take this action. Now you're getting into territory where you're educating the public on what may actually happen. Whereas if it's just adopt zoning ordinance, well, I mean, it's a big city, so that's a kind of an example on the fly. All right, briefly, enforcement. If you violate the Brown Act, the district attorney could prosecute you. I've asked this question. I've never really gotten a great answer. I can't think of many examples of actual prosecutions under the Brown Act. It can happen. I haven't seen it, but it's there. I would say that there's more likely to be civil enforcement of the Brown Act, where someone can file what we call a cure demand, where if they think you took action that was in violation of the Brown Act, they can say, I want you to essentially undo what you did and do it all over with the correct compliance of the Brown Act. We call that a cure and correct remedy. That's what I've seen more often. So I would say that the Brown Act typically is enforced civilly, but the press will, if they feel like people have not lived up to their obligations in the Brown Act, I've seen that come up. I've seen some, pretty heavy attacks on agencies that violate the Brown Act. And, it's not something the public takes kindly to if they think that, the bodies, the councils, commissions, boards are skirting their obligations. And so, there's always the public reproval by the press or by the public, and that cannot be pleasant. I have seen some pretty ugly situations that agencies have been in, and it's not pleasant. And it, and the public gets angry, as they should, if there is truly a violation. So again, as I said, that you could, in theory, you could violate criminal law. But I've not seen that. So this is a book. I think you all get board member. Yes. So Commissioner Vice Chair Williams, this book is in your board member packet, along with others. A lot of great stuff in there. But this is prepared by the League of California Cities. It is there's a Brown Act committee of the City Attorney's Department that is responsible for this. I know some members of that. They work very hard, and this is a great publication. This is my go-to reference So I use this myself. This is, in my opinion, the best reference for the Brown Act, and it's written so if you look at it, you have the footnotes at the bottom. So the nerds like me can actually go and read the cases, but it's written in a very user-friendly but authoritative way. So I highly recommend that you keep this and you refer to it. All right, so I want to jump to meeting procedures quickly, but anything on the Brown Act that I didn't cover that you wanted to know or you had a question about?
I was wondering if you could give some clarity on when the public speaks.
Mhm.
Because I know I was told that that we could not speak directly, to the audience. When they make the comments, we could not provide them with answers or debate with them and argue with them. And
So there's public comment, and in public comment, the Brown Act says we can only briefly respond, usually for informational purposes. So if someone is going to come up and just lay into you guys and say you're terrible, this or that, I mean, you really can't respond because they're not asking for information. But some people have come up and said, I live at so-and-so, there's a problem, somebody's doing this with their property. And so a lot of times the city manager will say, well, here's my, I'll give you my card, call me, or I'll call you later, or something like that. But if it's someone coming up and they're, criticizing you or they're firing away, you can't engage with them. That is correct.
thank you.
All right, so meeting procedures, I'll go through this quickly. I mean, we have, a standard staff presents, then we give questions to the staff, then the public comes up. We do have a very robust speaker card process here. This is and I will tell you, having been in many different cities and other boards and other things, we have a really good process here. It functions very well, but we do have a public card process. Then once public comment, we come back to you for comments, questions, deliberations, and then your action. So you guys are pretty familiar with this. Recusals, I really don't have the ability to, this can be an entirely, this can be a whole other hour, and that's not, I know you don't want to listen to me for another hour. I don't want to listen to myself for another hour. And you actually have, in your book, you actually have some guidance on the FPPC. So I'll just simply say, if you feel you need to recuse yourself, the best practice is to remove yourself. Just leave the room and then have someone come get you when the item is over. There are some exceptions to that, but I don't think this is really the appropriate time. So just be careful. And again, there are some ways when you have conflicts of interest of what you need to do. There is some advice you can get through the FPPC. You have a publication there that we provided you. And again, this is not, since we're talking about meeting procedures, I at least wanted to broach the issue of recusals because they do happen and it does affect a meeting. So this is really not, this is a whole other discussion we could have. Motions, so basically motions are how we take action. So somebody makes a motion and then somebody seconds. It is some people may not know this, but the chair can actually make a motion, but only when the chair has allowed all of the other commissioners to make a motion and no one has made a motion. So it's pretty rare, but I've seen it happen, and I've actually seen, usually you'd think, well, if no one's going to make a motion, why would the chair do that? Because they're not going to get a second. But sometimes once a motion is made, then the second will jump in. So I've actually seen it happen. But you have to second a motion. Obviously, you guys know that. We do roll call voting here. And then the good news is we have a computer system. A lot of cities and special districts especially, they don't have that. So you guys have some nice technology here. If there is an abstention, that person is not counted for purposes of the vote. So if you had one person abstain, you have a 6-member board, you could have a tie, 3-3. A tie means, a tie does not approve the action. A tie is as good as a loss. So the tie does not go to the runner. in local government. Think of it that way. And finally, this is my last slide. As far as this is where we get away from the law and just kind of best practices, things that I've seen, others have seen when we sit. We do pay attention from where we sit. We don't engage in the dialogue, but try to think about fairness and merit-based decision-making. By that, we mean try to step out of your own shoes and see things from the perspective of others. I mean, this is pretty simple stuff. One of the things I say is you can act as a team, but then I get to my next slide or bullet point, but you don't have to engage in groupthink. I will tell you that, in my opinion, disagreement is actually when the best decisions are made. I know I'm a city attorney. I know I'm supposed to I'm telling you as an observer, when I've seen a lot of disagreement, even passionate disagreement, and you have a split vote, that's when some of the best decision making can happen because you're challenging each other. And when I say you can do it as a team, you don't have to be angry. You don't have to dislike each other. You can be very passionately opposed to their positions, and that's a good thing. I will tell you that sometimes when you have commissions that or councils or boards that just kind of do the same thing and they're all 5-0 votes and they just kind of go along and they all you don't really hear any dissent, you don't really hear any disagreement. That's kind of where people, I'm not saying they're mailing it in, I'm not saying they're being sincere, but I don't know that that's best conducive to decision making. So I don't want to say, you can be a team and yet still have 4-3 votes. And you can have a 4-3 vote and that might be the best thing you do as a commission. I'm not saying 7-0 isn't good. Some things you want, unanimity, but unanimity in local government isn't always necessary, and sometimes it's not preferred. So I'm kind of stepping out of my legal shoes and just giving you maybe more of a political opinion. One thing I would say, and this is there's probably 3 or 4 different presentations I could give you. But this last bullet point is that generally, and it goes back a little bit to our social media discussion, you are commissioners. And so you're going to be making decisions that affect the city and that you will be in some cases, the city, you advise the city council, but you actually have a lot of authority under your governing ordinance. I mean, you really do have some independent authority from the city. That was why you were set up. And so I can understand why you may see things, and because of the broad nature of what you deal with, and because of the importance of policing to the city, I could see why you'd want to talk about things in advance. The concern is that there is a body of law that says when you have engaged in bias, when you have prejudged something so badly, when you have commented on something that suggests you cannot be fair, there actually is a body of law that says you can be recused for that. Now, usually that happens, like development is the greatest example. Somebody says this developer, this developer has done this and that and this and that, and they're a crook and you can't do this. They say things that really show that they can't be fair in judging the merits of a development. That's kind of the quintessential case. But there is a body of, and the court cases, I think, typically arise in the development because development is very rife for that kind of bias. But just be careful because you are on a commission. I know you want to comment, but you actually, unlike the rest of the public, you get to make decisions. The public can come here and comment, but the 7 of you actually have the privilege of being able to make decisions that will affect these things. And so you may have to bite your tongue a little bit because of that. But you will have, when you come here, just think about when you come and sit here, everyone's going to be watching. Not just here, but online. So you have a voice that the rest of the public doesn't have. And so as much as it might be hard to bite your lip a little bit and to wait until the meeting, just recognize that your exposure to the audience that you have is much greater than anything else you would have otherwise. So that's all I have for you, unless you have any questions.
I was wondering if you could go back to when this Brown Act, when it was recognized. If I heard you correctly, you mentioned something about the San Francisco Chronicle. There was an article in the San Francisco Chronicle?
It's been a while since I researched this. I believe there was a series the San Francisco Chronicle. There was I think there aren't there two. I'm from Sacramento, so you'll have to excuse my ignorance. But
San Francisco Chronicle and San Francisco Examiner.
Okay, it may have been the Examiner. It was one of the San Francisco papers, and it was, I think, a series in the 50s, and it was called Your Secret Government. And it basically went through just some really awful abuses that were happening. Now, I think this was in the 50s. But it basically just showed that all these major decisions were being made behind closed doors and were a fait accompli, that the public never really had any chance to have input on, and that was the impetus for the Brown Act.
And were these decisions being made in the city of San Francisco at the time?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah, I think so.
thank you.
I wish, don't quote me on that. My knowledge may be a little stale, but that's what I remember. I'm going to go back and look at it now. I'm
Okay,
going
yeah,
to
I'm gonna
Google
do
it.
some research myself.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
you're going to probably come tell me that I was completely wrong.
No.
But that's okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Any other questions for Mr. Cole? Okay.
Jumping back to some of the procedural things, the speaker cards
Mhm.
that people hand in during a meeting, is it appropriate is there any point where they cannot turn cards in? And the reason why I'm asking is, say if a person makes a comment, does public comment, and then somebody goes, I want to address that. Is that appropriate?
I don't think so. I know we like to have people turning in cards, but I don't think we could, if someone hears something somebody else says, it says, I wasn't going to talk, but now I'm going to get up and talk. I don't think we can tell them you can't get up and talk in that situation.
Okay.
I think the cards are for the convenience of our process and for our clerk and for the record, because our clerk then enters the names of the people if they provide them in the record. So, but I don't think we can mandate that people actually use cards. Now, we can require them to follow order, raise their hand, wait in line, show courtesy and not interrupting people. But the card is more for our convenience.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, doesn't look like we have any more questions.
Thank you.
I personally want to thank you for putting this together. I remember the first Brown Act training I received as a commissioner was it last year. Thank you for all the context you added to just the things that weren't on the page, and I have a whole new view of this. I mean, I knew pretty well what was going on, but it was really comprehensive, and I think we can all agree that we learned a little something new today. So let's give him
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
That's the most you're ever going to hear from me ever.
I was
I'm
thinking,
not ever
I've
going to
never
talk
heard
again.
you speak.
So, yeah.
Never heard you speak for more than a minute.
Do you know anything about the process for the next city attorney? You just mentioned that earlier on about.
Yeah, the recruitment is out. The closing is, I believe, in July 10th or 11th. And then, there'll be interviews and other things. So it's probably a couple months process.
Thank you.
And I should mention it was not boring 1 minute. So, okay. So moving on to item 6, new ad hoc committee formation training. Ad hoc. So it is recommended that the Antioch Police Oversight Commission discuss the formation of an ad hoc committee to discuss training and term limit within the Antioch Police Department. So I believe that this came up as just, I think someone was curious about whether ad hocs we can have and training, but there was really no context. Did anybody bring this up? Either one of you?
If I recall, Chair Taylor mentioned that the police department requested that we form
Okay.
this ad hoc.
Right.
And so that is one of the things that I was curious about is, are we talking about our training that the police department is providing us? Or is this training for the police department? And because there's so much of their training that really truly is mandated by post and by so many other bodies, I don't know that we would have a role in that.
Right. That's a good point. So, Commissioner Lacey.
Well, I do know that it wasn't made clear, and we were also given the wrong information 2 meetings ago. So I believe we need to get more clarity.
Okay. Anyone else have any context on this? Okay.
I thought that we were looking at the police department in regards to those 6 areas. And
Of our
their
policy
yeah,
ordinance,
their training, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What type of trainings are they doing to address those 6 major areas that the DOJ has placed on them? So
Right.
that was the training ad hoc committee's role, from what I understood.
Was to work in collaboration with the police department.
To see what their training, what their training looks like, how much of that is addressing those issues. And I didn't understand the term limit. Was that for us or what? That was confusing.
Ad hocs can be up to 6 months to 12 months. I think
Right.
that's what the term is.
So that's what that was. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So that was what I thought it was.
Commissioner Mitchell. Thank you for adding that, Commissioner Alaguachi.
Tagging on to Commissioner's statement there, and yours as well, Commissioner Williams. Ad hocs, is that a legal time limit on them, or, because it was my understanding that they're not subject to Brown Act because of the membership size, but then that they are assigned a specific task, and that's supposed to run until the task is completed, and wasn't so sure if there was a hard time limit on that to achieve that task.
Right.
I would maybe defer to our city attorney on ad hoc. The term for ad hocs, I've heard, it's supposed to be 6 months or so forth, and then I've also read that it's supposedly a specific task assignment or goal to be obtained or completed. So is there any legality to the time it takes to accomplish that goal?
Well, it's supposed to be limited, I mean, not necessarily, but it's supposed to be limited to a specific issue or item.
Right, in
Yeah.
other words, like, I don't know, studying a certain type of training, or make a suggestion on a specific type of training, or maybe even a different subject, like you want to buy a building, you want to study, what it takes to buy the building and report back.
Right.
So it would be more completing a task assignment than saying, because I've heard public and I've heard other folks say, hey, 6 months or it becomes a standing committee. And that's a whole different deal, right? Then you're under subject to Brown Act and
I think that, I'd apologize, I need to go, there may be something off the top of my head, there may be something that in the Brown Act that says 6 months. That might be where that
I
comes
don't
from.
think, I mean, I tried to drill down on it pretty
Okay.
hard on it, and I couldn't find anything.
yeah,
It
I'm
was
not
very task oriented.
It's task, that's how I've always understood it. And so if you have something like the finance committee, that's not really ad hoc because that's a general subject. But if it's the, new building committee, that's obviously limited. So,
Well, I think for the sake of precedence, 6 months to 12 months would have just been the best option for said ad hoc. So just, because Chair Taylor's not here, I don't want to make any
Right.
executive
I
changes.
think it might be maybe more
Yeah.
tradition, maybe to just put some expedience to completing a task.
Mhm.
And I guess we could assign terms to an ad hoc. Would that be legal? Say, hey,
Right.
you have 6 months to do this?
well, that, you could give them that's
I mean,
not,
we could vote on it and say.
yeah, as part of when you form the ad hoc, if you want to put a time limit on it, that's certainly reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
And so for this specific ad hoc, I believe that, like Commissioner Elaguachi was saying, it has to probably cover the scope of our ordinance with the 6 policies. six policies we want to focus on, which is hate crimes and canines, you know the rest, right? First Amendment, assessment. So, I mean, I think whoever would want to maybe take on the task of kind of creating what the purpose and scope of this particular ad hoc is, I think we can vote on someone to do that tonight and come back at the next meeting to discuss it, and so we can actually assign people to that ad hoc. Does that make sense to everyone? Commissioner Haddon?
I think if we're still looking for, well, if others are still looking for clarity, then maybe we should move to continue this to the next meeting.
I would actually agree with Commissioner Haddon, and this particular item, we can't expect to take action, be expected to take action unless we have more detail about what this entails. And with all due respect, if this is an item for us to make any kind of a decision on, there needs to be more than 3 sentences in an agenda item.
Right. And I stated earlier that there wasn't enough clarity, and we were also giving the wrong information about the training. So with that being said, I believe we need to table this until our next meeting. I agree with Commissioner Hatton, and I agree with Commissioner Kennedy.
Okay. It looks like we have an idea of what we want to do with this. So would anybody like to make a motion? City Attorney, what would the motion be to table this item until the next meeting?
You could continue the item until the next meeting.
Okay.
And just make, I mean, you don't have to necessarily make it in the motion, but I'll report back to staff and make sure, can someone share with me again the concerns so I can report? We don't have our city manager here, so I can.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
write it
why
down.
I was just thinking she could have probably had it in some context to this
Yeah.
as well, so.
We need to know what exactly, what training we're making a decision or recommendation on. Is it our training? Is it the subject matters that Commissioner Elagawachi identified that are police department trainings? We simply need more information across the board.
Right.
I agree. Thank you, everyone. So, do we need to vote on this, or is this just like we can refer it to you?
I would recommend that you make a motion to continue this to your next meeting.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we continue item 6 for the training ad hoc to our next meeting.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second by Commissioner Lacey Oha. Can we please have a vote?
The motion passes 6-0.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7, ad hoc assignments for new commissioners. So I understand that there was some interest for the community engagement and budget, which we currently only have one commissioner sitting on the budget ad hoc and the community engagement ad hoc. Myself, community engagement, and budget for was Portia. So.
Okay, so let
and then-
me,
Yeah.
so I know we had this community engagement prior to the new commissioners coming on board. And I believe before there was yourself and former Commissioner Leslie May, right? Okay. I didn't realize that. So with that being said, I'm willing to work with you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kennedy?
I would also be interested in community engagement.
So we can only do 3. Is there another person that would like to be on community engagement?
I would. I've got a lot of involvement already,
Yeah.
so I think I can offer some.
Okay. Well, now we have to vote for you guys. Okay.
Well, so that would give us 4 people. And are you staying on?
I am.
Okay, so that's 4. So,
We have to vote, I believe. Is that how it works, City Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. So can I get a motion to?
okay, I'm sorry, point of clarification.
Mhm.
So I am incredibly confused now because and I have no objection to doing it this way, but we just went through 2 meetings or so where we had resolutions with people who were going to be assigned to specific ad hoc committees, as opposed to just sitting here tonight and going, hey, you win.
Well, I mean, just per procedural, we didn't get a vote for, did we vote for you to be on the community engagement?
No, but what I'm saying is when we collapsed the 2
Mhm.
or the 3 or 4 commissions into one,
Mhm.
we did that, and then we had a separate resolution
Mhm.
that specifically identified the people who were going to fill those spots. So I'm just, from a procedural standpoint,
Mhm.
it was much more formalized than this, and I'm just curious from the standpoint of, from a protocol. Here we go, resolution of the Antioch Police Oversight Commission to perform the Police Practices Ad Hoc Committee for a period of 12 months. So we specifically had a resolution that made that formation, and then there was specifically names to be filled into that. So I'm just simply asking from a standpoint of protocol based on how we've handled it in the past.
I'll ask maybe our city clerk, is that correct? We and I apologize, maybe we didn't put a resolution in this packet.
Yeah, so past standard practice is we would go ahead, because the budget ad hoc committee and the community engagement ad hoc committees were for 6 months. So they have termed out. They have since dissolved because they were not brought back to extend the term limits to another 6 months to make it the full 12 months. So at this point, we're just basically going to revamp the budget
So I'm not on.
ad hoc committee as well as the community engagement ad hoc committee.
Mhm.
But we just need to find out if in fact the scopes would still be the same
Mhm.
as what they were before. What is the term limit going to be, and who are the members, so we can go ahead and come back at the next meeting with the resolution to have all this information, but just mainly just going over what the scope is as well.
Oh,
So
Portia.
it's mainly a discussion item. Thank you.
Commissioner Haddon, did you have your mic on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So, not sure how everyone else is feeling, but I know there was a vote made when I was not here, and thank you for asking it to continue, and the chair declined to do that. So, since she's not here, and we may be able to get more information from her
Mhm.
about what she thinks the scope should be, terms should be, I'm also recommending that we continue this to the next meeting so that we can come up with those terms and all agree upon what the scope should be, including her input on what the scope should be. And then thank you for clarifying that we had timed out,
Yeah.
termed out of those, because I wasn't aware of that either. And, you know, we've been here and we weren't aware of it. And there are ad hocs that I wanted to be on and I was not included in the vote. So I'm not even on the ad hoc I want to be on. So I don't want to do our chair that way. So if I'm going to make the motion when it comes around to it to continue it to the next meeting.
And I agree. This is something that should have been discussed 2 meetings ago, because to be honest with you, to be frank, I was kind of sort of lost on how this was all coming together when we were setting up these ad hocs. And I got the impression that there was only 3 people over all of the ad hocs. That, I didn't get the full understanding, but now I see that the community engagement it's been, I guess, not in operation for the last, what, 2, 3, 4
Yeah,
months?
since we had to restart.
Yeah, so, I just think that, we really need to, do better in terms of our ad hoc. If it's, if the limit runs out, the term runs out, we need to restart as soon as possible. Yes.
And I understand you won't be here at the next meeting, so.
Right.
Okay, so,
The other thing that I think,
oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell. He was first.
Is there a formalized process for ad hoc assignment?
So when we did this in the beginning of this commission, it was more so we had to just vote on interest, like, so I was on use of force, was on community engagement, and it was just, were you on use of force as well, right? So it was just the interest that we had, and so I know there was internal affairs, there was budget, and just overall policy that people were interested in, and we just voted it that way. We can do it. That's why we're here to discuss how it could be done more clean, I guess. If just so I know there's some overlap with the.
I mean, one thought that I had might, the chair might assign people.
Might assign.
It could be awkward, but
I think we should.
maybe better population, populating the committees, and then, some people, based on either experience or what have you, may be better suited for budget or, community engagement and so forth. So it might be, nice to try to either do that or formalize a process.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you have 3 people going for 4, or 4 people going for 3 spots, it's kind of
Right,
clunky.
right.
It's not smooth.
I agree.
the other thing I think that we really need that's been missing is we need an updated list of exactly what all the ad hocs are. We collapsed them, so what? Right now we have community engagement, the budget, and potentially training, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
But this is information that is missing in general and should not be the sole responsibility of the chair to provide. This is information that should be in the agenda packet. This should be, quite frankly, in some sort of staff report.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we
So
have
that we
the
have it
policy
ahead
now.
of time, and so we have it ahead of time to be able to look at and digest, as opposed to just having conversations about it that then we're trying to pick up on the fly.
Like that, Commissioner Kennedy on that. I think it would be really wise, elaborating further on that, is that each ad hoc has to have a specific task to complete, not just general, like, public engagement.
Right.
Well, what's the task?
Right.
So
It
we
was
need a
to.
specific goal to, is it, create more community events, or reach out to, different, maybe, houses of faith, and just different things, but goals that need to be knocked out within a certain time frame.
Right, can I just add?
Commissioner Alaquachi was next.
Also, should we also have an agreement that we don't choose who's on those committees or ad hoc committees until we have full representation of everyone here going forward? I mean, but we have to be here,
Mm-hmm.
right? So,
Not necessarily. If since Commissioner Lacey Oha won't be here next meeting, if there is some interest in the community engagement, we would, right, and I think if we keep the structure of voting for this type of assignment, I guess, appointing to the committees, I think that knowing that there's interest, we could all vote, and if she's not here, I don't think it matters if we have a consensus on our ideas of what she wants to be on. But I know that there was some conflict in the past with that, so I don't know. It's just moving forward. We maybe should have everyone present. Yeah, I mean, I think that would probably be the best, cleanest way to do this.
I also think that.
But we do need to get the work done as well, and that's the ad hocs are going to be a majority of our work. And looking at what Commissioner Mitchell said, about the timeline, the work that we have to get done in that timeline. I understand that, but I was just standing meetings. We would meet with the police chief and the designee, and whether it be on Zoom or in person, and we would discuss policy. We would go through the policy manual. If I was on use of force, we would go over that, and we would just kind of see if we can make any recommendations or changes. But see, now that we're working with Lexapol already, that kind of is already being handled. So I think if we're going to do a community engagement, we would have to collaborate with police officers to do different events, maybe workshops or trainings with the public on that. So the budget, that can be dealt with whoever's on that ad hoc. We can review the budget, make recommendations. So there's really there should be a timeline, of course, but if the work's going to get done, we have to, that's up to us to get the work done, So to have some discipline, yes, 6 months. We have to get this done by the 3rd month, and we review it, bring it to the commission. We can vote on that if we want to go that direction. 3 months later, same thing, right? So if that's something that could work, it can be discussed further, of course. I'm just making suggestions, but.
Right.
The other thing I think that has to be taken into account with the community engagement ad hoc is there is a specific component in the DOJ agreement that talks about a community engagement plan that needs to be developed, and that needs to be developed in concert and with that process, and whether it's with the DOJ specifically or whether it is with the consultant. And then we've got the third piece of community engagement, which is the community engagement that has been talked about in that PSP program and that strategic plan. And so I think that this is not just something where we're going to be working just with the police department. This is going to be a much bigger, broader effort that is not going to be just,
that's
on an island.
So, the work would, with that taken into consideration, with the monitor and the consultant/monitor, this is going to be a whole new policy that we're going to write with the community engagement policy that'll be embedded in the handbook, correct, Lieutenant Cook? So, that's just going to be a whole process that's going to take a little bit longer than 6 to 12 months, I think, because it is a new policy. So that's why this is very important to be on that, and we get the commissioners assigned so that we can hit the ground running when that monitor is ready to work. So that's kind of why I wanted to push this one tonight. Lieutenant Cook, if you don't mind, is there a timeline that the monitor is supposed to start to work with us on the community engagement policy? That's okay, Christina, thank you.
Thank you. So we do have the DOJ monitor. He is just getting brought on board and up to speed. As far as the timeline, it's kind of in the air. I know come July timeframe, there'll be the whole that whole division through the DOJ agreement is starting to shape and take place to meet timeframes and deadlines within the agreement.
Okay, and I think for the sake of us not knowing exactly when, I know we don't meet in July, but if we can meet for our ad hoc committees, right? So if he's ready to work, I want to make sure that we have commissioners assigned to work alongside.
We do have one meeting in July.
I thought we were canceling that meeting.
All of July? I know we have the first one.
Oh, this is where my day job trickles into my, because I know we just discussed this at my job, so. Okay, so
We have a meeting July 21st.
July 21st, okay. So hopefully we can have it done by then. But you're not here on the 16th of this month, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There's, it seems like there's several issues running throughout, and one is that we're in need of using this body to discuss what each of these ad hoc committees are all about. Also mentioned something about looking at individuals' experiences and backgrounds to see who best fits that. That would be helpful if we have to vote on someone. If we have 4 people interested in an ad hoc committee where you can only have 3,
Right.
knowing people's background, which we kind of know. If we knew what that ad hoc committee is really all about, we'd be able to make a more intelligent decision when we vote. So I'm thinking that our next meeting, or even if we have time today, we really start cementing what these are all about, or we go home and we start looking into that DOJ agreement more and come up with our ideas on what that training committee is supposed to be about. Aside from Chair Taylor, I know she has some good information, but we need to be able to come up with our own based on that agreement. And then the community engagement based on that agreement and some of the issues that have come up. And then when we come back, we'll be able to talk very intelligently about what each of these committees should look like. And we'll come to a consensus most likely, or maybe not, and then we could be able to vote. It'll be a useful meeting. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you for lifting that up. I know that there's already an existing policy for community engagement, or sorry, existing like scope for community engagement, which I don't think will change too much. I know that you guys are new commissioners, but like, you know, I think that the scope of that work was pretty set in stone and kind of straightforward, if you don't, for lack of a better word. But I think because of the nature of what we're having to do with the DOJ agreement, I think we do need to assign this ad hoc tonight.
I agree.
I just think with we're speaking of timelines, I think that because, this is really important, how the city moves forward with the DOJ agreement and the monitor. I think that this might be maybe we don't vote for the other ones tonight, but this one I think is mostly important because of that agreement. But I definitely understand what you mean about having the context of understanding it a little bit better. But because it already exists, I think we can build on that in those ad hocs. We're not voting for any changes. So I think with that understanding, and we do have 4 people interested, including myself. So I say we vote tonight for this particular ad hoc. And if you guys aren't comfortable with the budget, if anybody wants to join Portia on the budget, because we would have to vote her back in too, because it did expire, correct, City Clerk? Okay.
But I would just like to add that in terms of experience, I know Commissioner Williams he has a wealth of experience in that area in community engagement, and I do too. And it goes all the way back to when I was living in San Francisco, and I brought it here to Antioch. And I believe that Commissioner Kennedy would be a perfect fit for this ad hoc. And I just believe, and I agree with Commissioner Williams, that nothing really hasn't changed since the last formation of the community engagement ad hoc. And I believe that we should move forward tonight. We really should. And there are a lot of events coming up that we can participate in and be a part of. Also, one of our community members have been talking about coming together with some of the basketball leagues here in our area with the Antioch Police Department. I know last year, I didn't attend because I was out of town. There was I don't want to call it a tournament.
It was a tournament.
Yes.
it was competitive.
Yeah, well, one of the AAU basketball teams, and I love AAU because my son played basketball, and I wish I would have been there for that. And I'm looking forward to that again this coming summer. Also, we have, there are people out there who need food, and I can tell you every Tuesday, I am delivering food to those in need. So that's another avenue we can take. there's so much we can do here in the city of Antioch. And I just wanted to say I believe that we should go forward.
Thank you for that context. Commissioner Haddon.
I'm in agreement with Commissioner Eloquachi, that we should be able to speak more intelligently on these topics. I mean, when you're speaking about the DOJ, I have extensive experience on that myself, being at OPD, being under the dissent decree. So, I mean, I have experience too if I want to throw my hat in the ring there, but I do see what you're saying about having this done immediately, but I also think that it's up to us as a commission to have the most information to be able to make intelligent decisions that will be impacting our residents and the people that are counting on us to get the job done.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Thank you. Adding on to previous commissioner's concern and statement, I agree with her. And I would ask a question. When you say the ad hoc agenda and goals have been set, are those available anywhere? Are they written down? Are they?
They are in some of our previous minutes.
Okay.
So, you can find those online, right, Christina?
Yeah.
Yes, they are public record, and they were adopted. It includes the resolution, the scope, the members, and the term limits are all public record. They were adopted the first meeting in June 2024.
Thank
Okay,
you.
and
And that was for the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, the Community Engagement Ad Hoc Committee, and the other 3 ad hoc committees, which were recently just combined into one police
standard.
standard policy.
right. So these were all published or part of public record prior to the DOJ agreement. So at some point they're going to mesh. I've summarized the DOJ agreement and I actually have a task list of everything we have to do to be in compliance with it. And so it'd be, I think, a time to take pause for a moment and really try to integrate so we're not doing things more than once, and maybe incorporating the DOJ reporting requirements, which have hard deadlines once the consultant is hired. There's certain timeframes things have to be done, and there's a certain frequency in which everything has to be reported. And I know that they're monitoring all of our meetings and all that sort of stuff. So really want to try to just take a short pause and so everybody thoroughly understands, and then love everybody's input on what you think the DOJ agreement is going to mandate that we do.
That's a really good point. Commissioner Haddon.
So what we did previously was actually get an ad hoc for people to develop the scopes and the term limits for ad hocs. So if that's something that everyone is open to, maybe we can just determine who wants to be on that ad hoc to go through and see what ad hocs we want to establish and what the term limits are going to be with the new information from the DOJ, including that within now the scope. I know you said you didn't think it would change that much, but it might.
And so, City Attorney, if the ad hoc does change with the new DOJ agreement with the monitor, are we able to amend the work for the ad hoc after it's already been established, or start fresh?
Yeah, you could, if we make amendments that require to the agreement that require us to reconstitute or change the ad hoc, we can do that at a future meeting.
Okay, and so if we do, say we voted for members to be on that ad hoc tonight, based on the existing scope of work, that's okay to do tonight, and we can vote those members in and then also amend it later on down the line
Yes.
if need be.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that something you guys want to kind
so-
of do?
So,
Okay, sorry.
excuse me. the community engagement ad hoc expired in December. It does not exist. It was set for
Oh,
6
it's setting
months.
fresh,
It
yeah.
expired in December.
Okay. So I
So
think,
technically,
Mhm.
it does not exist to add to.
can
would
you
that be correct?
clarify that, Christina?
That is correct.
Okay.
Ad hoc, the community engagement ad hoc committee and the budget ad hoc committees were only, they were created in June 2024 for 6 months, and they were not extended.
Okay. Right, okay,
They were
so
dissolved.
if we wanted to, could we use that pre-existing scope of work and then build on it later down the line? Could we just use the text that was originally made?
So that's what I'm saying, is
Okay.
dependent upon who's gonna be on the ad hoc, they can determine whether they wanna use that as a framework or
Yeah.
not.
Mm-hmm.
So they may wanna take pieces from that
Right,
and then add
and
on.
add on, okay.
I mean, that's up to them, but they haven't, if they're newer commissioners, they haven't had the chance yet to go through the scope of those ad hocs that we had initially. So that's why I'm saying is that I would like to continue so they have a chance to go through those ad hocs and see if there's something they would want to pull from that into a new ad hoc.
Okay, great. So I think with that understanding that we can now amend it later on down the line, I just think we get it started. I mean, we pull from the existing framework, we amend what we don't want, what we do want, and we can discuss that. Is that what you're kind of,
No,
No.
I just don't think that we're able to vote on that if they have not had the opportunity to see the scope of the ad hocs that we originally had.
And not only that, we cannot vote based on what I have seen so far, if this ad hoc does not exist because it expired 6 months ago, it has to be reconstituted by a resolution with a time frame, with people who are members of that ad hoc. And that will have to happen for both the budget and for community engagement.
right? City Attorney?
That's correct.
Point of order,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Point of clarification,
That's a-
okay.
That's a good point.
All right.
So
Oh.
the question is, why didn't we discuss this
At the last meeting, right.
meetings ago? You know, because, December, and now we are in June. And, you know, we, have a, DOJ agreement. So we are gonna have to really,
So at the
get this
next
up and
meeting.
going,
Yeah,
you
so at the
know,
next
right
meeting, we
away.
can have these ad hocs, these resolutions ready? Okay. All right, well, let's table this item. Do I have a motion to, Commissioner Mitchell?
Thank you. So, and I'll backtrack through some of the previous comments and so forth through the past meetings, but how many ad hocs do we have? Because I've heard they've been combined or manipulated, or we have none right now from what it sounds like, but what are we going to, what ad hocs are gonna be created, generated, and then at the next meeting, maybe we can figure out, I don't know, the goal or scope of each one. I mean, we have to have a clear understanding to spark whoever's interested in participating. Have to know what the job is.
Okay, so we do, okay, Commissioner Haddon.
Yeah, that was why I was trying to bring up the fact that before we had an ad hoc to come up with the ad hocs that we thought would be relevant. And so I know you said you have a task list or whatever, so I don't know if that's something you may be interested in, is being on an ad hoc to determine what ad hocs we want to move forward with, scope and term limit. So we had an ad hoc just for commissioners who were like, these are the ad hoc committees we need to have, these are the scopes, and these are the term limits. And so that's where I think it would start, because then we would be creating what the scope, what the term limits are. And then after we had that, then other commissioners would know, well, this is something that I want to be involved in, or, you know, that's not what I'm willing to take on. And so that's what I was suggesting, that we start with an ad hoc to come up. with ad hoc committees.
But,
A real
Okay.
brief. Put this together after DOJ came out, and just a few tasks, and I can elaborate much further maybe next meeting. But somebody's going to have to attend consultant briefings every 180 days, and it's APOC and City Council are responsible for those. Provide feedback on policy and training as needed. That's us, APOC. Review AIB annual reports. That's a yearly task, and that's on us. Monitor community engagement efforts. That's ongoing, and that's APOC and APD. Ensure APOC member training. APOC chair and the city. And assess transparency, accountability, and complaint process ongoing, and that is APOC responsibility. This is just a brief, a quick analysis of what I can catch so far, and I can put this in written form by next meeting easily.
what is that on?
It would be a task form of what DOJ is asking us to do.
So that's in the MOU, right, already?
I've run it through a few AI runs,
Oh, okay.
and then analyzed it, double-checked, fact-checked, went backwards on it. And so it's been vetted like 3 times.
Okay,
So
well-
I'm not saying it's perfect, but at least it could be a framework to get started.
Commissioner Kennedy.
I think to Commissioner Mitchell's point and to Commissioner Haddon's point, we're entering into a whole new realm. Okay, with this DOJ agreement, there are now roles and responsibilities that this commission will play that were not necessarily identified whenever this commission was initially appointed in March of 2024. I think there were some general aspects, but there are now some clear expectations of tasks that we are going to be required to take on. And I think that Commissioner Mitchell's list is a great starting point, and I think that if that can either be emailed to us without any issue, that would be a great first step, but if not, it should be in the packet. And I will jump ahead to item number 10. We really truly need an agenda item that provides us with an overview of the DOJ agreement and our roles and responsibility. We had the city manager and the police chief, Councilmember Wilson, Vice Mayor Rocha, who flew back to Washington, D.C. a few weeks ago and met with the DOJ. Somewhere along the line, we are going to need to also have information related to this agreement. And I think that should be at the top of one of our next agenda items. That is imperative.
Are you saying updated from that meeting that was with Councilwoman Wilson and
We
Rocha?
simply do not have solid information on where things stand with the agreement. We really truly have no clarification as to how any of the existing executive orders potentially impact that agreement. I mentioned,
Well, we did get clarity on that from the
well,
city manager.
we've gotten clarity that the DOJ attorneys have said that our agreement will continue. And the assistant city attorney did not say that we were totally out of the woods. He said that there was some reference to the state of California's laws that protected us. I'm not necessarily convinced of that based on what I continue to see coming out in executive orders. But I think we need to really truly know what our expectations are and what this means for us as a body, so that we can effectively help the police department get to where we need to go to meet the ramifications of the agreement within 2 years or
So I
3.
think we're a little far out off this
I was
item,
gonna
so I think
say,
we
yeah,
need to,
yeah.
we need to maybe make a motion or take
Yeah.
action.
And also, I respect what Commissioner Kenny is
Yeah.
saying, but we can't live in hypotheticals. I mean, we have to live in the moment, kind of do it, and when that happens, we have to figure it out, you know? So I respect that completely. I know it's kind of crazy with the federal government right now. It's really disgusting, if you ask me, but,
Well,
you know.
but Commissioner Kennedy has a good point.
She has a good point. No,
Because
I do.
why is it that we have not received, why isn't that the information that was received in DC hasn't been shared with us?
So
And I
that's-
just think that was a different
think-
part of our scope, though.
Yeah, that-
Yes,
That's,
work.
we could talk about that in item 10. I think we need to take
Okay.
action on.
all right.
Right now, yeah.
Maybe-
Thank you for everyone's input. I really appreciate everyone's input. This is why we do this, right? We have to work together. So, I think for the sake of conversation and discussion amongst the commissioners, I think it'd be best interest to, much to my chagrin, table this for now. But I definitely appreciate the input, and I am willing to work with you guys on this. So can you all commit to reading the MOU, going back to looking at those previous ad hoc, the scope of the work? If you want to build on that, please do so comprehensively. But also be prepared to vote. And I just had a question for Christina one more time. So with the framework that already existed, with the ad hocs for community engagement, budget, right? So if everyone does want more context, it's not a really long piece of information. I was saying if y'all wanted to read it tonight, for the sake of time, I don't think that's best, but is that something that would just kind of give you more of an idea? Or do you guys want to take Treva's suggestion and just come back to this? Continue it. Okay. So,
I can go ahead and the next meeting, we can continue this
Prepare it,
to
okay.
the next meeting, and then we can have that staff report and adopted resolution to be included at the next meeting, so this way everybody will have that information, and if you wanted to add on to that scope or take away from that scope,
yeah,
I would refer you to the city attorney, but we could do that.
yeah. Okay, I think that's
We're including
best.
training as well, right?
Including training, yes. So we'll get more context on the training, what we want that to look like. Once our city manager is back, I think she might have had some context on that with working with our chair. So, Commissioner Haddon, please.
I'm ready to make a motion to
Okay.
continue item 7 to the
Okay.
next meeting.
Okay. There is a motion. Can I get a second?
Second?
There is a motion and a second. Can we please vote?
The motion continue passes 6-0.
Seeing that there are no members of the public out there, we can go past public comment into ad hoc report out. I have nothing to report out from our ad hoc. We were not able to meet last Thursday for the policy with Lexipol. Oh, you do have something. Okay, Commissioner Eloquachi.
Okay, it's regarding the complaint, the website, the online complaint form. So we have reported out last time, which was a couple of weeks ago, that the way that the website was set up for complaints, it was not a seamless process. And so we took the information to the Chief Hill, and he was responsive. That went over to Sergeant Bledsoe, and he was equally responsive. They've made the changes to the website. I can tell you that on the website now, complaints are under internal affairs, and it'll have complaints and accommodations on there, and he's already made the change like that real quickly.
Yeah.
They had a weird way of accessing the form. There was one form that was for complaints and accommodations and everything under the sun, and they removed that from there, from the website. and put it where it's supposed to be. And now the complaints form is in the internal affairs section, and you can do accommodations or complaints. I asked that the way that that is created, it's a little confusing, but this is a software program that is national. So we don't really have control over that. So he's going, Sergeant Bledsoe is going to try to make some recommendations to them to see if they could just put a little verbiage on there telling them how to create that complaint. Because once you put in your name and address and information, or do it anonymously, you hit create, and then the next page comes up where you can type in all your complaint information. The great thing I learned from talking to Sergeant Bledsoe is that they have a wonderful tracking system. So they have the, I forget what it's called, it's IA Pro, thank you, IA Pro. And it tracks the complaint. If you do it online, which most people should do it online, it tracks it, it'll give a reference number, it'll have the status on each time someone in the department, not the department, but who they have doing their investigations. Anytime they touch that, it'll have that information in there, which is really good for the citizen. If a citizen wants to make an anonymous complaint, they can do that, but they now have added that verbiage about if you do it anonymously, just know if it's not sufficient information, they're not going to be able to get back to you, which is very helpful. I found that APD, their instructions for how to do a complaint, the status of the complaint, is more than most other departments. So they go a little above and beyond. I was looking at some of the other departments in the area, and they don't really give us much information, so I thought that was really good. Yeah, so they can make a complaint through the mail, over the phone, or they could do it in person, and what's the other way? Online. Like I said, people should go online and do it. That's the best way to track it.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for sharing that. I
Yeah.
completely went over my head. It's been a long day, so really appreciate your attendance in these meetings. It's been very beneficial. So thank you.
But can there be some further discussion on that? Because I didn't see that email until this afternoon. And the only concern I have is it's too vague in terms of timeline between the, I don't have my notes, but the time between when APD responds saying that it's been, the receipt date, that from the receipt to the first update, there's no timeline when, like for example, that it will be responded to, the first update would be sent out like within 2 weeks, 14 days, 21 days, 30 days. I believe that there needs to be some timeline on when the complaints are going to be reviewed, and also when the public will be notified of a update and the concurrent updates, after, the first one, how many days after that will the second update go out, throughout the whole entire process. I believe it's important that those reviews be completed in a timely manner. I didn't see any timelines or how many days it will take for a response to a complaint to be responded to, and and I did send an email to our chair today about that. Yeah. So, and I don't know if anybody else feels the same way I do, because we had a problem before where people were coming to our meetings with a complaint that they didn't get a response. They never heard anything from APD. And some of the community members that came, their comments was very emotional and impactful. And this was at the beginning when APOC was formed, and this is when we decided we were going to look into the complaint process.
Yeah,
Yes.
several members have come up to me, or
Yes.
community members have brought up complaints,
Yes.
and that they wanted us to have a bigger role on that, but we have some limitations,
Right.
but okay. So thank you for sharing that, Commissioner Lacey Oha. Well, there's no ad hoc, so, okay, let's move on to item 10. Commissioner Haddon, were you gonna be heading out, or are you okay? You're fine, okay. Future upcoming agenda items. So I know that we just discussed some things around ad hoc assignments, and so that will come back on the future agenda as a continuing agenda item. Is there anything else anyone wanted to add for that meeting? So we already have item 6 coming back and item 7 coming back. And that, yeah. I didn't have anything that I thought was, I think we should just get that done before we add anything else to the agenda. That's just my take, but Commissioner Kennedy?
Well, I do want an overview of the DOJ agreement
Okay.
on the agenda sooner than later, please. And at some point, it doesn't have to be immediate, but I noticed in going back to last year's minutes that when the Felton Institute did their presentation on their work, that there was actually an interest on the part of the commission to have that be a regular item. And so I think that if we could get that sometime in early August, that would be consistent with last year's presentation. And I think it would just be important information for us to have.
Are you asking for an update from Felton or just the original presentation?
So last year they did a full PowerPoint presentation that talked about the services they provided, the calls that they went on. And I'll go back to the last meeting when I posed the question to calls that they quote unquote refused. Well, when I looked at their report from last year, they made no reference to calls that they refused. So this is really more about getting information and kind of making sure that we've got consistent consistent information all the way around, and that things are being categorized so that we're all using the same terminology, and I think that makes life easier for everyone.
Okay, so an update from Felton Power Institute. You said likely August?
That would be fine.
Okay. Refused. Okay, so I just make a note of that. So maybe we can discuss that, putting that on an August agenda at some point. Okay, and we can probably have someone reach out to Felton just to put that on their radar as well. Anybody else? Any future agenda items? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't
that's
saw your
okay.
mic was on.
Whatever happened to having a presentation from
In-house.
the organization here, Reach?
That,
Yeah,
yes,
yes.
so that is still something that's in the works.
Okay,
We are working
great,
on that,
great.
yeah, in the background.
And aside from the ad hoc on training, I just wanted to bring up, we keep talking about our own training.
Mhm.
So just getting
That's
kind of a
also
definite
Something that's still in
idea
workshop
when
as
our
well.
training is going to take place.
Yeah.
We can have that.
That
As
is
soon as possible.
something Chief Feehill has been trying to figure out in the background, so.
Yeah.
And that is still Lieutenant Cook?
Do you have an update on that?
We can't have updates.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, we're not on that item right now.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I don't want to like,
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
We gotta
yeah.
keep it.
so,
yeah.
well, for the future?
oh, yeah,
This is
you
for
can bring
future
it. No,
agenda.
I thought you wanted to give an update right now. I
Oh,
apologize.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, that's
Okay.
fine.
No,
It's
no.
just something that's been on the.
Oh, of course, you
agenda.
can always ask for a future item.
To,
Yeah.
to add to Commissioner Elagawachi's request, can we please get a full list of the trainings we need to take and how long each of them each segment or each session will take? Because I think that'll be helpful from a scheduling standpoint.
Okay,
And
great.
also the ones that are going to be given by APD versus those that we have to go outside for, because that determines how many people could go.
Right, right.
Right.
Okay, I see we're at 9:17. We would need to vote to extend the meeting beyond 9:30 if we get there. So should we just wait till like 9:25 to do that? If we can't get through, I think we'll be able to get through this. Okay, I think if we just speed right through it then. So right now I have DOJ agreement overview, update from Felton Institute in August, so that's not for next meeting. Trainings we need to take, Is that something we want to see on the next agenda? Okay, and am I missing anything? I just want to say I would highly encourage y'all to look at the previous Felton Institute. Very helpful, very helpful. So you did, okay. Okay, good. So yeah, we'll definitely have them come back, and maybe reach out to Alicia if you have anything that's pressing. She's the she comes here all the time, and her team is usually very helpful with answering questions and things like that. We'll try to get that information for you, her information for you. Okay. Commissioner Mitchell, anything you want to add to next week, next meeting? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Commissioner Haddon said she was fine, and that's it? Okay, perfect. So, Antioch Police Oversight Commissioner report out. Please, if you can knock this out in 1 minute versus 3, just for sake of time, so we don't have to extend. I'll start with Commissioner Mitchell.
The only thing I have is just to reiterate, I think it's been on social media, but there's a cleanup coming up this weekend at City Park.
Okay.
And it will be congregating somewhere around 9:30 or so, and going out and cleaning up around that neighborhood for a couple hours.
Awesome. Who's leading that?
PD.
APD. Okay, great. Thank you for that. Commissioner Elawachi.
Which I was a little excited about. They have the Neighborhood Watch community meeting that's coming up on Thursday, June 12th from 6 to 7. That's here, APD.
June 12th?
Yeah.
Okay, 6 to 7.
Forgot about that.
And that's at City Hall Chambers, Council Chambers?
300 else at APD.
That's
Oh, at APD.
Police Department
Yeah,
community room.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said it was here.
No.
Commissioner Haddon?
Nothing to report out.
Okay. Commissioner Lacey Oha?
Yes. I attended former Supervisor Federal Glover's
Homegoing.
celebration. It was a well-deserved service. It had to be at least 1,000 people there.
That's amazing.
And I had to put,
It was at the Bay Church, right?
yes, at the Bay Church. And as I was coming in, the mayor, our mayor, so we walked in together, and I had an opportunity to speak with many of our local government elected and appointed officials. And also, last week, the NAACP hosted a meeting with District Attorney Diana Becton, and it was well-attended. And that's all I have. And then also I would like to add that every Tuesday, if anyone is interested, I am part of a group that passes out, that takes food to those who are in need. And this is every Tuesday. And I go pick up the food, and I go and deliver it. And so if anyone is interested in joining me, just let me know. Thank
Tuesday
you.
at what time and where?
I meet up at 3 o'clock, and I can give you the location.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Kennedy.
I attended Chief Vigil swearing in last week along with Commissioner Williams, and
Haddon.
nice turnout. And just excited to see the 3 new graduates and what I think they're going to be bringing to the department.
Yep.
And good meeting everybody, and congratulations on your masters, Commissioner Haddon.
Good job. Good job. I would like to add that Commissioner Haddon was also there too at the swearing in. So, yeah, Susan, thank you for mentioning that. That was a great event. Great. We have a permanent chief. Very excited to continue to work with Chief Vigil. I don't really have anything to report out. Everything was covered. I did attend the Dinah Becton Q&A with the NAACP, the swearing in. Yeah, I think that's it. I wasn't at Federal Glover's funeral because I had another funeral I had to attend in San Francisco. So that's sounds like a lovely time having all those people together. Okay, with that, I think that's all city staff communications. That would be city attorney. Any communications from the city?
I'm sorry, none that I'm aware of.
Okay. Can we agree that the next meeting date will be June 16th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m.? Okay. And I think I can get a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
All right, please cast your votes. We have one. Okay, there we go.
Motion to adjourn at 9:23 p.m. Passes 6-0.